Okay. Just skip the webcam, which kind of isn't important anyways. Usually I like to, like introduce myself or whatever. And let's put that in the center. Still setting things up. I'm always late. I'm sorry. I'll get more consistent as time goes on. We'll see. And what am I doing? What I'm doing here is well, actually, I don't have to go here directly. Let's do this because this is the conversation that had to do with my game. And I believe I'm actually on page. That's weird the way that's set up. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's not that weird. Okay, let's scroll it. Oh, that was the one that I pasted, I think. Okay, so we are going to go to. I was on line 50, and really, I'm just making sure that Grok actually um, broke this up. It's kind of weird because I still find out I have to actually kind of go through it and stuff. But I guess I don't know if this is quicker or not. It might not be any quicker. But whatever. Here, let me see if how my sounds hit. Okay, sound is good. I don't actually have to mute the sound this time unless I am talking over unless I have to listen to something through the headphones. I don't have to listen to anything through the headphones when I'm streaming here. I do that. I turn the desktop audio on when well, even that's not a big deal. I don't really actually need the headphones on right now. I only occasionally just need to check and see if everything is looking like it's working, and this is looking like it's working fine. And let's see if. Now, I was hoping to get all this done by the end of last month, technically, and technically it's already March. That being said, however, this should take the rest of today, and I'm counting from 12:30 or half past the hour, depending on where in the world you are. But let's see, 12:30, and so I break at 2 my time, an hour and a half from now, an hour and a half from 12:30, which is 2 o'clock my time, or what is it, 7 o'clock at UK time, if you're halfway across the world. And if you're like in India or Australia or complete other side of the earth, you're probably in uh, you're probably almost midnight right now, or 1, or it could be as early as 11. I don't know for sure, but you know, long time, long time, long time, right? Like like the next day, like you're in March 4th if you're in like Australia or New Zealand. Okay, so I have to so I have to make sure that the only cutscenes here, which it identifies as cutscenes, should be the villains ones, because I still haven't decided yet whether I'm going to allow you to play their part. But if I do, that means I have to add a lot more story. Well, maybe not a whole lot more, because there's plenty in here for what's going on with Max and Violet and Red and all that. But I might do add some more scenes with the villains so that you get the full picture, because that would be the whole point of letting you play the villains parts. But I'm not doing this first pass. This first pass is just going to be like it is, and they're essentially going to be cutscenes. So cutscenes just means the script right in this choose your own adventure style. It's just going to be like a page with a single non-choice. It'll be just continue. There are actually some choose your own adventures where they tell you to go to the next page as you're just reading. So that's what these are going to kind of be set up as. But the first version that I do in Redot is actually going to be they're all going to be first choice, single choice deals. but the choices that I pick, or the linearity that I pick as far as this goes, is essentially going to be choice one. It's always going to be choice one. So whenever you have multiple choices, choice two and three are going to go to kind of different things. Um, Whereas this is goes to choice one. Anyways, it'll be a lot simpler when you see it in action when I get this done. I'm gonna see also maybe if um, actually let me see something right now real quick before I go to the story thing here. Let's look up our .tscn Godot scene files, binary or text. Like, could I create them with just text, or do I need to save them out via the editor? See, I guess I'll use the Brave. The Brave AI is actually I think it's based on the search results. In fact, it repeats some of the search results, but it gives you kind of a synopsis based on that. TSC, and that's probably what the T is for, right? T scene, text scene files, which means you can create and edit them using a text editor that contain human readable information that details single scene tree inside Godot engine, including paths to external resources, internal resources, connections, and nodes. However, directly editing these files can lead to issues such as missing updates from automated processes and potential corruption if not handled correctly. While it's possible to mutually open and edit a tscene file using a text editor, Godot provides a tool to manage scenes more effectively. Opening a scene via scene, open scene, open recent. Typically, developers use Godot engine to create and save TSCM files to ensure all necessary updates and validations are applied. For team collaboration, treating as binary resource files or using Git large cannot manage version control issues that rise out of frequent small modifications. Um, Mostly human readable. Um, could I have an AI create a scene file for me? Let's see if it mentions that. You generate enhancing development process, automated scene creation. It's for use of a Python script to generate scenes based on data from online databases. A script can look up the positions of planets and stars and generate Godot scene files accordingly and make it easier to create complex scenes programmatically. Another example is the use of AI tools like Klein, which can edit T-scene files and set up entire scenes, allowing developers to create games where a significant portion of the code is generated by AI. While Godot engine itself does not have a built-in text editor for T-scene files, there are proposals to add such a feature. Um, yeah, I can actually look that up, I think. T-scene file. Um, I probably won't get an instant answer though. Let me ask in Discord. Bring Discord up. Um, Questions. Uh, well, I guess create a post. Can I use AI rock or something similar to yeah, let's see something here. Title, create a post, not search, new post. Automatic scene .tscn file creation. Could I use something like Grok to generate .tsc files? Because I have a lot I need to implement, and I already have the contents generated, created. I created them. So to keep from spending so much time copying the TSCM files and then modifying them for each new scene, I'm trying to see if I can get an AI to do it for me. Okay, let's just go ahead and, okay, what's the Redot, I guess? Post. I mean, if I have to put them in a, anyways, Redot discussion. Okay, I'll just leave that there. Actually, let's actually go to Godot. I know I'm not using Godot, but I'll ask him if I can do it. Hey, A98K, I'm actually just looking up if something like Grok or something could automatically produce scene files, because this is the list of scenes here, and there's going to be more. There's a total of 133 at this point, and like I said, there's going to be more, and I'm going to have to create every scene file. Make sure you hide the Redot name if you have any. I get used to seeing that name. Oh, hide Redot if I'm in the Godot Discord or something. I know what you mean. NESS. What do you mean by that? Um. Anyways, so yeah, I got 133 of these, and I have to create scene files for each of them, and that's going to be a kind of a pain in the butt. So yeah, I don't post links to my project or anything in the Godot forums or Discords or anything like that. But I can ask them if Grok can generate a scene file, because this is mostly compatible with 4.3. So I mean, it is exactly compatible with 4.3. So let's see here. Help, quick help, beginner help. That's posts. I don't want posts. I actually just wanted to discuss discussion. Godot 4 chat. How about Godot 4 chat? That should be good enough if anybody is chatting in here. Could anyone tell me if I could use something like Grok or ChatGPT to generate .tscm files? I have a lot of files to create for my project, and it will be really tedious to copy scene files and modify them. We'll see if somebody says anything. Go serve. Yeah, if they see Redot, name it. Yeah, I'm not even putting screenshots. I just say my project, and that's as most as I do. Yeah. Redot is exactly the same as Godot. It's just rethemed essentially, because they're keeping parity. I think though, as they move forward, supposedly they're going to fix some long-standing issues, but supposedly they're going to basically what they're going to do is keep parity with Godot for a while, and then they're going to incorporate their changes afterwards. I think that's how it works. So yeah, let alone TC. Um, I read it's mostly human readable text. So I don't yeah, that SCN is a binary, right? Um, I can probably give it an example uh, file in text, and it should be able to generate it properly as long uh, as everything, as long as there's everything it needs to load. I'm going to be doing that anyway. I mean, I could do something like a JSON or something, I suppose. Uh, I can turn that text into. I can actually have it turn into JSON, and uh, then somehow load it into my project, but uh, and have it create the scene files probably. That'll take a little bit of work, but if I have to do that, I might be able to do that. So, but if not, then I'll have to figure out something else. Maybe JSON that will dynamically create scenes if that's possible. Why do you need to create so many scene files? Um, because they're it's I don't know. It's the story. It's like okay. So this is the choose your own adventure like first pass. I'm assuming you're listening because you answered me in IRC here, so I'm gonna answer you via the thing here. Okay, so this is an example of a scene here. Hubert and company eventually come to a bare forest that slows down a bit, and uh, and then we have a scene change. They spot a unicorn standing around and approach it. You know, even though it's in the same like location in general, it's actually a scene change because actually this might be one that I might combine. But aside from that, so these are each going to be pages in here, uh, in the game. So the first pass is going to be like a book, right? So you'll just you'll click on the first choice, or actually it'll be button number one, the number button one or numpad one. So you'll click it, and it's the first choice, and it jumps down to the next page essentially. So these are all the pages, and then after I get them all in there, then I will start generating like branching paths and stuff. But it's because it needs to be it's a separate, how should I say, a separate scene change. So when they go from place to place, I need like separate pages for that, for these events. And some of them are multiple events. There's a couple events. Like, okay, so like this one, even though this is cutscene, says the role was led by Rottweiler, throw Red into a hut in disgust, and then Kirk comes back. So this is going to be in the werewolf village. The werewolves debate joining Max's army and eventually agree, and then brings Red back out. So these two events here can actually go into one page, and they're going to go on one page. But a lot of these are also single because, like I said, they're moved from place to place. So, and this is the whole story. So I have something like 133 here that Grok 3 actually helped me break down, and then and right now I'm only on number 50. I have to actually review it to see if it did a proper uh, splitting up. Anyways, it's because that's how big the game is. This is the whole game. These are all the events that happen in the game. There's some few left out, so there'll probably be a few more scenes added. But yeah, so it's like every time you change locations essentially, or change like sometimes it like changing angles, right? Although to be fair, if it's the same location, but nah, most of these most all of these should not be the same location. Uh, they're in a forest. They come to the forest. Um, then they spot as they're walking into the forest. They spot the unicorn. Anyways, I don't know if that explains it. If I explained it correctly. Anyways, hopefully that will explain it. Um, maybe if when I start reading some of these off, maybe I I will I'll list these things off and you can kind of see what okay, that's cool. I'll probably like read off some of these in a little bit, and you can kind of get the idea. It's just that this is how many events there are, and events are they're just things that happen. For instance, page 41, which actually has two events here, but it says John hits the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. Then they try to walk out the side door just calmly and slowly, and someone yells she's escaped. But that's actually a scene change, so that actually probably needs to be split up. Right now it's page 41, but it should probably be split out into two, and then um, let's see here. While fleeing the princess, Hubert, John, and the cook discuss the Black Knight hunting unicorns. And that I'm not even sure should even belong in there. I might should remove that. I have to go through. I probably have to go through this stupid list several times. I think. Um. Okay. Anyways, let me go back to the Godot channel here to see if anybody says anything else before I try my game. Anyone else? Let me evaluate. Look in. Okay. Well, I know that Grok can generate whatever kind of text files that I need. Maybe I'll look up somewhere about some tutorial about loading files and stuff in. Having the scenes are kind of handy, but if I have to generate them dynamically, that's probably fine. That means I don't have to have a bunch of scene files, but I'll have to have one big like description file, and I think probably in the full-fledged, like at the very end when I have a like a fully interactive point and click adventure game, rooms are going to be, or rooms or scenes are going to be their own files. So leaving them like this is probably the better idea. Maybe I'm not 100% certain if maybe this is how I'll do it. If I'll have if it'll be like just like one huge file that shows up all the scenes where everything is, or if there'll be individual scene files, or maybe I'll have like a combination file that's like a location that has all the scenes in a location or something. I don't know. I don't know what the best way to go about this kind of thing is because I don't know how they did them like professionally, like in back in the day. Um, I could probably start a new conversation. I might start a new conversation with ChatGPT. In fact, I should open ChatGPT here, and then I will start a new conversation in there so I can get Grok 3 to continue helping me with the list. Let's see. Why did I close that? I need to close that. Um, yeah, no problem. I don't know if I'm being clear or not, just because it's like, why do I need them? Do I need them that many? Maybe, maybe not. I guess it kind of depends on how you structure your data, right? But right now, there are individual scenes files. If you like, we can discuss about that off stream. That's an important, interesting design point. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we can do that sometime. I don't mind actually sharing or doing that on stream. It's just right now I should probably be working on the game itself. So yeah, maybe sometime when I'm not streaming or whatever. Could be just data files. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess that's how you would normally do it, anyways, wouldn't you? They'd just be data, and then I'd have the engine dynamically create the scenes. I think I can do that. I have to figure out how to do that. That's all. Okay, so I was gonna ask ChatGPT about what was I gonna ask about? I forget now. That's funny. All right, let's. I won't worry about that just now. So let's see here. 41. They find a secret passage in the wine cellar. Hits the guard. Um. So here, let's see something here. Actually, where's the other thing? The plot outline. It's here. Let's go back to my gists here, and I don't know if that's this one. I don't know if this is the modified one or not. If is that what I did the last time? I can't remember now. Uh, no, that's as a wait a minute. 40. Let me look at 48 over here in Grok. Okay, that's not a problem. Okay. Okay. Actually, let me look at the revisions here. So the last revision This is actually the same thing here. What's the deal here? Hubert sends John to night school. Is these location? Ah, I don't know what these blue lines mean. I know that the red is ones that were removed, and then the green is the ones that are added. Um, 53 location 14 minus 14 13 plus 14. Okay, so this is like the renumbered. So really, no changes should be passed. Let's see. No changes should be past about 50 in here, I think. Well, that's not true. Oh, because these had to be renumbered. That's right. That's right. Minus 60 minus 63 plus. Okay. Yeah, so apparently I did actually update this from the actual list from Grok. Okay, that's good. Um okay, so let me go back to these few things that I'm looking at here. They try to walk out the side doors of actually the kitchen. I have to check my notes, I think. Recent. How come TextDealy doesn't have a recent here, the text editor, but LibreOffice has my text file in its recent deals when I didn't actually open it in. Or maybe I did accidentally open it. Maybe that's the problem. Accidentally opened it and I don't know. Anywho, let's go back down to, let's see here. What was I doing? Hold on. I'm trying to find out. Oh. Yeah, let's actually go to the previous. Here, let's go back. Um, Wine bottle. It's the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They try to walk out the side doors. Yeah, I don't remember if there were guards too in there. Maybe there weren't guards at the wine cellar entrance. Essentially, I have to. Okay, I'll have to add a line, and then I'll have to split that off, and then. Okay, that makes sense. So, line 41. So I'm back, and I wanted to further revise some of this list, starting with scene page 41. John hits the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. So add a line to. Okay, let's see here. Wait a minute, heavy wine bottle. Um, Wait. Okay, let's do it like this. use the ellipsis. It knows what an ellipsis means, so that is cool. I don't think AI got that kind of training. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. John hits. Where is it? Where? Okay, John hits the guard. ... And then they try to walk. ... Let's put let's move they try to walk out to page 42. And renumber the scenes afterwards, and then add a let's see. They go upstairs back to the kitchen to page 41. Here, maybe I should just write it as it should be complete instead of trying to tell it to do this, this, and this. Starting with page 41, change 41 to John hits the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They go back upstairs to the kitchen. Make sure each sentence is on a different line because that's two events in the same location. Then change then put they try to walk out the side doors calmly and slowly when someone yells, "She's escaped." Let's put that in a single quote, I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but I'm doing double quotes for someone yells, "She's escaped." As page 42, and then renumber the rest of the pages accordingly. Yeah, we're just gonna fix a few of these. People playing. Yeah, this scene 44. I'm not sure. maybe I won't put that discussion of the maybe I won't put the discussion of the Black Knight in as a scene as a page, because that's not a separate scene. That's just like while they're walking and stuff, and that's not even important. It's not an event that happens really. Um, Move page. Okay, actually, I'm not gonna have it remove it. What I'm gonna have it do is move page 47 to page 44. Move 47 to page 44. And change that from Hubert and company eventually come to a bare forest and slow down a bit, and actually slows down a bit to Hubert and company eventually come. What do you call a forest where the trees have all lost their leaves over winter? Deciduous. Yeah, that's not really what I'm looking for, though. uh, I mean, how would I identify it? You came to such a forest without any leaves. Would I just say it's a bare forest, or would I use some other term? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, deciduous is the actual type of tree. Deciduous trees. Dormant, bare, denudate. Okay, well, that's not really what I was going for, because I was thinking to a forest without any leaves on the trees. I'll just say bare forest. Um, and slow down a bit as they continue on. As they continue on into it. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay, so so here are the next few things here. 47. We'll presume that 47 is now 44, and the next one, which is 48, which will actually be 47 when it gets there. But they spot a unicorn standing around and approach it, but it doesn't run away. The princess hops out and starts petting. Um, Actually, should be hops down, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Just a sec. Princess hops out and starts petting him and talking to him. John then mentions he read a book on unicorn sign language once. Gestures the unicorn. They talk. When John and the unicorn finish, John tells him what they talked about. John says the unicorn has forgotten where it was going and is lost. Hubert says he must be losing memory because they're in Lapswood. Um, Now, these two are in the same location in the same place. So 48 and 49 can be combined. 48 and 49 can be combined. It would mean that 47 becomes so since 44 is now what 47 was, then 47 is going to be 48, and it's going to be combined with the next page, so that see, so since 44 is now what 47 was, 47 is going to be what 48 was. Hold on a sec. I know, dizzying, isn't it? It's going to be what 48 was. And 47 is now going to be what 48 and 49 combined. If that makes sense, which hopefully it should be able to make sense of it pretty easily, but we'll see here in just a second. That makes sense. And then all of them should be renumbered. Here's a breakdown of what we're doing. 41 revision split into two pages. 41, new page 41. Two events, same location, line break between. Page 42, they walk out the side doors, climb. Somebody yells she's escaped. Move to its own page. This adds one page. Okay, that's fine. Move 47 to 44. Move the original to page 44. Revise to Hubert and Company eventually come to Bear Forest. Slow down a bit as they continue on into it. Fix it slow and slow for grammar. 48, 49, new 47. The original 48 and 49 John mentions combined in 47 after now 47 after renumbering. So it removes one page to become one. Netaflex splitting 41 adds one page to 34, combining 48 plus 49 removes one page. Here's the revised outline. Oh, I don't know if it caught the 44, but okay, let's go up to here to 40. 40. They go into the kitchen, they find okay. Wait a second. Find secret packages in the wine cellar. John hits the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They go back upstairs to the kitchen. As they try to walk out the side doors calmly and slowly, and then someone yells she's escaped. Cut scene. Max uses Zanzibar's shows to abduct more citizens and tourists for his mines. 44. Hebert and company eventually come to a bare forest and slow down a bit as they continue into it. Moved from old 47, revised text. 45 cutscene. When he's got enough people working his mines, he proposes to help Zanzibar do one final big show. Zanzibar readily agrees, and then Mike finds out where the stash is hidden. While fleeing, the Princess Hubert, John, and the cook discuss the Black Knight. I told it to remove that line, but whatever. They spot a unicorn standing around, approaching it, hops out. Okay. So let me temper this a little bit. And I'll actually, when I go to revise the, when I revise it on the GitHub, just, I will, I'll paste this in once I got everything I want. 46 should be completely removed. Okay, that's the one thing. Let's see. There was one other thing, wasn't there? John, they go back upstairs to the kitchen. They try to walk up the side doors. Modify 42 to try to walk out of the side doors of the kitchen calmly and slowly. When as they're walking out, a guard comes out and yells, you know what? Let's see something here. Calmly and slowly. Because somebody yells she's escaped. Let me see here. Maybe it should be changed. 46. 46. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't have. Interesting. I think there is something wrong here. She's escaped. Where? Oh, Black Knight rides up on his black charger. Black Knight. So there's something. Black charger. And that is actually way up at the top. That's not down at the bottom. Okay. So there, yeah, there was actually a scene cut out of here. Maybe that's why his count was off, because maybe a line was actually removed when it wasn't supposed to be. Okay, that kind of makes more sense here. Let's see here. 46 should be changed. Okay. Should be changed to from while playing the princess, Hubert, John, and the cook discuss the Black Knight hunting unicorns to what should be changed to? Hold on, let me think. Now, okay, so they came in a wagon. Could they leave in the wagon? Should I do that? I might should have them leave in the same wagon they came in. I actually had them fleeing to an empty wagon, and it's actually empty anyways. There's no food or anything there. Um, Black Knight rides up on his black charger. Just as Hubert and company are walking out of the kitchen doors. And then they the guard that was guarding the princess in the cellar stumbles out and yells, "She's escaped." She's escaped. Okay, she's escaped. They then start running to the wagon. We'll just say to the wagon because it presumes that the wagon's the one they came in earlier. And they take off. They then start running to the wagon. They take off as the Black Knight begins to chase them. Okay. Oh, shoot. They come to the bear forest. Okay. Then move 44 to be after right, then move 44 to be just before 47 and then renumber. Okay, let's see if that works. I don't know if I explained it right, but we'll see. Hey Rook, welcome to the stream. I'm just trying to get Grok. It probably would have been a lot quicker and simpler if I would have just done this myself. but I'm already using it, and so we'll see if this fixes it. Page 42 modification changed from they walk out the side doors calmly and slowly, and then someone yells she's escaped to they try to walk out of the side door of the kitchen calmly and slowly. Page 46 modification changed from while fleeing, the princess discusses Black Knight hunting unicorns to the Black Knight rides up on his black charger just as Hebert and company are walking out of the kitchen doors. The guard that was guarding the princess in the cellar stumbles out and yells she's escaped, and then they start running to the wagon, and they take off as the Black Knight begins to chase them. Move page 44. Hebert and company eventually come to a bare forest to just before 47, the combined unicorn scene, and then renumber everything from page 42 onward. These changes don't affect the total page count, so 133 is just the content in the order. I'll update the list starting at page 42 and shift the numbers sequentially. Here's a revised outline. Okay, let's see what we got here. And then I'll probably have to go through it again, so it's like I have to go through it over and over and over again, because apparently the AI isn't that good, and that's okay. Really, I just wanted for some help and stuff, and actually it's kind of doing that anyways, so that kind of works, I guess. Find a secret passage to the wine cellar. John hits the guard who's watching the prince with a heavy wine bottle. They go back upstairs to the kitchen. They try to walk out the side doors of the kitchen calmly and slowly. 43. Max uses Zanzibar's shows to abduct more citizens. 44. Cutscene when he's got enough people. Zanzibar agrees. 45. The Black Knight rides up on his black charger just as Hebert and company are walking out of the kitchen doors. The guard that was guarding the princess in the cellar stumbles out and yells she's escaped. They then start running to the wagon and they take off as the Black Knight begins to chase them. 46. Hebert and company eventually come to a bare forest and slow down a bit as they continue on into it. They spot a unicorn standing, approach it, princess hops out. I might have to streamline. Well, I don't know if I have to streamline this because the amount of lines doesn't matter all that much. It's just there's a lot of stuff going on here, but it's proper because they have stopped at this one point. They spot the unicorn, they stop, they start talking to him, and so I mean that can probably stay anyways. 48. Max tells Zanzibar that he knows he's been stealing. 49. After Corvus knows he's been stealing, that this is his last show. Max yells that he took all of his money. Crowd looks angrily towards Zanzibar and starts chasing him. 48 and 49. Let's go to my plot outline. Let's find last show. While fleeing, yeah, okay. Max tells Zanzibar that he knows he's been stealing and that this is his last show. After he steals from the audience, Max yells they took all of his money. Actually, those should be one scene, I think. And that should be a scene. Okay, so those three should be the same scene here. Okay, so let's go back to Grok here. Where's... Because this is all kind of the same location here. Elsewhere? I don't need that elsewhere, I don't think. Here, no. Okay, so actually these are going to be combined. 48, 49, 50, and 51. 48, 49, 50, and 51. 48, 49, 50, 51. That's four lines. Okay. Alright. Should be combined into a single scene. Let's see what it does here. Do. Renumber those. Here's the plan, right? New scene. 130. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Arapis Jod. Pardon me if I get your name wrong, but Arapis Jod, welcome to the stream. Here, I'll say it in the chat too, just so it's not like, I don't know. I always find it weird, still talking to the camera. So, if you don't know what I'm doing, let's see if I can explain it super quickly, briefly. Okay, so this adventure game is I'm doing it in phases. I'm starting with the most basic kind of adventure game, which is a choose your own adventure. It's going to be the same story through the whole game, and the last phase will be a fully complete point and click interactive, full game. But I'm breaking it down into phases so I don't overwhelm myself. And so what I'm doing here is I have a list of events that happen in the game. So I had like something like 200 and something events that I combined into pages, and now I'm trying to resplit them based on location. And these will actually be individual pages in the Choose Your Own Adventure version. And so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually using Grok 3 to help me, although it's questionable as to whether it's actually saving me time or actually really helping. The AIs are really good for bouncing ideas off of, but stuff like this, sometimes it gets some things wrong, and so I'm just figuring this out here. Okay, let's see here. Let's go to. Okay, 40. John hits the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They go back upstairs to the kitchen. They try to walk out of the side doors of the kitchen calmly and slowly. 43. These should actually be here. Let me see something there. Try to walk out of the side doors of the kitchen calmly and slowly. He uses more citizens and tourists for his mines. When he's got enough people working the mines, he proposes to help Zanzibar do one final big show. I wonder if I could probably combine those two as well. 43 and 44. They're not going to a different location. Now, arguably, you could say that if these are purely cutscenes in the final game, that well, glad to have you, a rubbish, I don't know, a rubbish Jod, or is that a silent J? Like Yod or something. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so forgive me if I mispronounce it. Um, yes. So glad to have you, and here, let me continue on with this. So I'm trying to, let's see. Max uses Zanzibar shows to abduct more citizens and tourists for his mines. And when he's got enough people. Oh, I was gonna say, arguably this could be like multiple scenes. This could be a cut scene. What? Okay, so I have two things here. You can just call it Erupt. Okay, okay, Erupt. My name is pronounced Ufgood. Uff rhymes with puff. Ufgood, and it's got a little bit of a story of how I picked my name. My real name is Keith, so you can call me Keith if you want. It doesn't really matter. Probably if you're typing it, you'll probably just type enough good. So since you're not actually speaking it to me, so either or is fine. Okay, so all right. So in the final game is going to be fully interactive point and click, and that's going to be if this takes me a year. I'm saying a year. It could take longer, but at the end of the year, I should have a fully interactive point and click adventure. But so this might be like a complete cutscene here, and so showing the shows, showing Zanzibar shows. He's actually a con artist from our realm, and he tries to con Max, who's our villain, our main villain, out of some money, and Max likes his style, so he hires him, and so he helps him do these like they're essentially they're magic shows, but you know it's all fake because he's kind of fake, and then he uses the shows to steal money from people that are watching from the audience, and then Max needs people for his mine, so he actually abducts some of the people from his shows. So it's kind of this mutually beneficial thing. But they're both, of course, they're bad guys. So, um, and I'm trying to decide whether or not to, because these are going to be separate pages in the Choose Your Own Adventure phase, which is the phase I'm working on, the first phase I'm working on right now. And deciding whether or not I should combine these. I should probably combine these two. I can split them up later, or I could change it later. It's going to be completely different anyways with the later phases. So some scenes might not even be there. It might not be the same format, but everything will be kind of generally the same. It's the same story, same characters, and everything. Um. Anyways, let's say combine scene page. I'll say page. I'm saying I'm interchanging page with scene. Will you animate the cutscenes yourself? Uh, Probably. I don't know. It depends. This is kind of a long range project. So I don't know if at the end, if I have enough support or money or whatever to hire somebody to do it, or I'll just animate it myself. It's going to be primarily 2D, but I'm probably going to in the final game. The backgrounds are probably going to be 3D. I kind of wanted to do this in 3D space because it gives me instant parallax with the camera movement, and then I can do stuff in 3D space. I don't know if you've ever played the old Sierra games. They like King's Quest and Space Quest and those kind of games. Um, they used to tout this being a 3D game, and all they meant by that is that your character could go walk behind and in front of stuff, because they have these like bands or rows that would describe a depth, like a Z depth kind of thing. So the further up you went on the screen, the further behind it was, and so when you have to do that, you have to shuffle like Z depth, or you have to shuffle like layers, right? Um, I'm using Redot, which is a fork of Godot, so, and basically they're basically the same thing. So um, I'd have its Z level, or what I forget what the actual field is called, but it's like yeah but the Z level, and so you'd have to constantly shift. Let's see how does that work. Um, I'd have to be able to tell it when to change the Z level so it would walk behind something, right? But if I do it in 3D, it'll just go behind. So that's the one thing. And then also planning on maybe making the backgrounds 3D objects painted to look like hand painted backgrounds. So you won't know that it's not a 2D game until you see it move. The camera move, the camera will move, and things will move in perspective. Except for the sprites. The sprites are going to be 2D. I'm going to hand animate those, or maybe hire somebody to animate them when I get to that point. So yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. And this is just text because this first thing is text. Here, let me show you a uh, a screenshot. Uh, where did I put it? In pictures? I put it in pictures, I guess. And that's this one. That's this one. This is what it looks like here. Um, so these are 3D blocks because I plan to have it operate in 3D space eventually. So I'm also toying with the idea of making because in phase 4 I'm gonna start adding images. Like they'll just be like small images that actually show what the description describes. You know, if it's a scene or whatever. This isn't actually really showing it here. This is like an introduction here on the screenshot. But basically, if it's describing a castle out in the distance or whatever, I'll have a little picture of a castle there, right next to the text. And this is phase 4, I think. Phase 4 when I start slowly adding like graphic and sound capabilities to it. I think they'll be 3D sprites. I think I'll actually make those actual 3D sprites, and this is just actually just 2D text. It's gonna probably be in the 3D scene too, but I'm gonna find a way of making sure that it looks like this. It should look like this, even if it's actually a 3D, even if it's actually a 3D sprite, like a billboard or whatever. Anyways, it's kind of complex, I guess, for me to explain. Like, I don't explain stuff very well, so. Anyways, let's get back to the thing. Okay, so combine pages 43 and 44. The reason these are labeled cutscenes here is because these are the villains, and originally I was going to allow you to play the villains, even though this is a story-based game. So the villains don't ultimately win; it's the heroes that win when in the story. So, but I was going to add some depth where you got to play out what the villains are planning. You know, how they're planning stuff and doing stuff, just to add depth to the story. And I haven't fully committed to doing that yet because we have a bunch of player characters, like 7 player characters for the heroes, and at least at least 7 or 8 villains. So the villains might say as non-players. I haven't decided yet, but we label this as cutscenes because these won't have any choices on the Choose Your Own Adventure version. Won't have choices. They'll just be pages of text basically that you click to go to the next page. Okay, so let's see what we got here. The Black Knight rides up on his black charger just as Hubert and company are walking out of the kitchen doors. The guard that was guarding the princess in the cellar storms out and yells she's escaped. Then they start running to the wagon and they take off as the Black Knight begins to chase them. So, 46. Hubert and company eventually come to a bare forest and slow down a bit as they continue on into it. And then this is actually some ways into the forest. Now, the forest, the unique feature of this forest is that it makes you forget. You start losing your memory. It's called Lapswood. Sometimes I call it the Forgetful Forest. My original name was kind of dumb. It was the Forest of Fading Thoughts because that's kind of described what it did. But I figured that was too, I don't know. It was a bit too serious, a bit too wordy, too exact, I guess. And I just wanted a name that was a name. Really interesting game. I'll try to visit your stream every day, but due to time zones, you stream at night, so I won't be able to stay for long. Right now, it's 12:30 midnight. Gotta go to bed. Yeah. Okay, Erupt. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be streaming 6 days a week. But on Saturdays, I'll be streaming my edit at least until I get caught up, and then we'll see if I change it to the actual some of the game dev stuff or what I do if I drop the Saturdays. I'm not sure if I'm not going to drop Saturdays completely as far as streaming goes, but yeah, Monday through Friday right now, and then Saturdays I'm editing video, but I'm still streaming it. But I just decided just to do it because I got to do it anyways. I think he's from India too. Almost 12:30 here. Okay. 12:30. I'm reading 1:55 my time, which means it should be almost 1 a.m. your time. Correct? Yeah. All right. That's cool. And you can watch the past streams and you can skip through them and stuff because there'll be boring parts and whatever. So, yeah. thanks for watching or listening. If you're just listening, thanks for either or, and I'll talk to you later. In the meantime, um, okay, so we're okay. Okay, so let me reread these. Let's see. Black Knight rides up. Okay. Hubert and company eventually come to a bare forest. As they continue on into it, 47, they spot a unicorn sitting around and approach it, but it doesn't run away. The princess hops out, starts petting him and talking to him. John mentions he read a book on unicorn sign language once, which is kind of an in joke um, with these books. And okay, so the point of this stream is I'm showing you everything that goes into the game, so it's going to include spoilers and everything. I mean, if you don't want to know spoilers, then you maybe you shouldn't watch it. But then, if you just want to know how I make it, then that's cool. That's kind of what I made it for. But the little joke in here is that Unicorn Sign Language is actually from Enchanted Lands, and somehow it ends up in our realm. And so this is the book that John ends up reading, and then there's going to be another joke where in another library in Enchanted Lands, there's a book of the Beauty Beast, the fairy tale Beauty and the Beast, and some of these fairy tale books get enchanted, except for Beauty and the Beast doesn't work. Why? Because it's from our realm, and it's just a storybook. And so somehow it's going to end up in Enchanted Lands. So the idea is somehow they got crossed, like like somebody came into our realm and then left the Unicorn Sign Language book at the library where they took the Beauty and the Beast and they actually took it back with them to Enchanted Lands, or vice versa, something like that. It's going to be a little bit of a joke here, but okay. John gestures the unicorn and they proceed to talk with science basically. And when John and the unicorn are finished, John tells them what they talked about. John says the unicorn uh, I should probably streamline this page too. John and the unicorn are finished. John tells them what they talked about. John says this unicorn has forgotten where it was going and is lost. Hubert then says he must be losing his memory because they're in Lapswood. Okay, so our guys have gotten into Lapswood and they haven't been in very long, but they're somewhere in the middle, and the unicorn's been there for a long time, so he's losing his memory now, and so they'll have to figure out a way to fix it, or leave Lapswood. So want you to tighten up 47 a bit by changing when John and the unicorn ... John says this unicorn ... what's the third one? Do I need to when John... Okay. When John and the unicorn are finished, John tells them translates I can say John translates. John translates and says he's forgotten where... We're just going to assume he's a he because he is, but just for sake of expediency here, says he's forgotten where he was going and is lost. Okay. 48. Max tells Zanzibar that he knows he's been stealing and that this is his last show. After chorus, Zanzibar's pet crow steals the money from the audience. Max yells that he took all his money. The crowd looks angrily towards Zanzibar, starts chasing him. Elsewhere, yeah, I need, okay. Remove elsewhere the word elsewhere on page 48. Elsewhere, page 48. Okay, remove elsewhere on page 48. Zanzibar distracts the crowd, a few cheap tricks, and escapes out the back with his loot. Back in Lapswood, Hubert realizes that this may be Sir William, and then casts a spell to change it back. The spell doesn't work correctly, but allows the unicorn to talk to them in human speech. The unicorn is unable to remember his name, and they all start walking together. See, nobody remembers what they were doing. Okay, so combine 49 and 50. Okay, so that kind of works there. 51. John noticed he was wearing wizard garb. Suggests, okay. 49 and 50. See, nobody. Okay, so technically this is the same location. When nobody remembers what they're doing, they're just walking. Then they stop. Okay, so change page 51. And add this line before John notices Hubert ... This line. Let's see. Now, combine 49 and 50. No, I don't want to change. I want to add. Combine 49 and 50. But add this line to it. They all stop walking and stand and stare at each other. Look at that. Okay. Let's see if it will fix that. Let's see if it can do it. If it can't do it, it can't do it. But if it can do it, good. And I probably should have done it already, but I'm going to go ahead and add it to the... I'm going to add it to the... This one. This one. This one. I don't know why it's having to work this hard. Maybe it's being busy. Maybe X.com or Grok itself is busy right now. Hopefully you can do it. And if I'm on a free account, a free X account, so if it stopped, it should just tell me it stopped, I think. Okay. All villain actions fit into single narrative beat. Renumbering content. Well, hopefully it will continue. I have a problem. And maybe I'll have to go to ChatGPT or something here. because it's stuck, I guess. Okay, let's go to notifications. I want to see if Page is having problems loading up. No. Dragon's Lair. Okay. In India, it's buffering most of the times. Tag Elon and tell them the servers are real bad. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do it always. ChatGPT has a real bad problem if you have a really long conversation. Like, I had a really, really long one, and it takes ages now to answer. Let's tackle these step by step. Combine page 43 and 44. Tighten page 47. Modify page 48. Right, combine 48 and 49. Add a line. $130 pages. I'll update the list from 43 onward. Okay. Emery number. Oh, you know what? What time? Oh, it's 2 o'clock. I should be on break right now. Dang. Okay. I just heard the coffee pot get done. It's not done brewing yet, but it's done sucking up the water and heating it up, and so shoot, I'm supposed to be taking a break right now. A 30-minute break. So give me a sec to go through this real quick, and then I will go for break for 30 minutes. So okay, so hits the guard. Okay, they try to walk out the doors. Max uses Zanzibar as shows to abduct more citizens. Really agrees. Okay. When he's got enough people working the mines, okay, that's good. That's continue. Okay. Black Knight rides up as Black Chargers. Hebert and company are walking out of the kitchen doors. The guard that was guarding the princess in the cellar stumbles out and yells she's escaped. Then they start running to the wagon. They take off as Black Knight begins to chase them. 45. Hebert and company eventually come to a bare forest, slow down a bit as they continue on into it. They spot a unicorn sitting around and approach it, but it doesn't run away. The princess hops out, starts petting him, talking to him. John mentions he read a book on unicorn sign language once. John gestures the unicorn, and they proceed to talk. When John and the unicorn are finished, John translates and says he's forgotten where he was going and is lost. Hebert then says he must be losing his memory because they're in Lapswood. Max tells Zanzibar that he knows he's been stealing and that this is his last show. After Chorus steals the money from the audience, Max yells he took all of his money. The crowd looks angrily towards Zanzibar, starts chasing him. Max gets word the Omnigate trade for testing leaves for the castle. Zanzibar distracts the crowd with a few cheap tricks and escapes out the back with his loot. Continue. Back in Lapswood, Hebert realizes... Okay. I guess that's good. Okay. Back in Lapswood, Hebert realizes this may be Sir William and casts a spell to change him back. The spell doesn't work correctly, but it allows the unicorn to talk to them in human speech. The unicorn is unable to remember his name, and they all start walking together. Soon, nobody remembers what they're doing. They all stop walking and stand and stare at each other. Then John notices Hebert's wearing garb and suggests a wizard guard suggests he casts a spell or something. Hebert reaches into a bag and pulls out some hats and puts them on, wiggles his fingers, and when he does, they're instantly teleported elsewhere. Yeah, see, some of these, it's like some of these got split up when they weren't supposed to be split up. Now, before I do this, I'll have to take my break, and I will do that in a few minutes. But right now, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to I'm actually going to take this and 128. Okay, copy. Actually going to copy that. And I realize that editing these and editing them and updating them provides a revision history. And this does too, except for because I have to renumber everything, it's going to show like a lot of changes in it. So, but I'm going to do it this ways anyway. So now let's see if I can. Okay, delete, Control V. Okay, and then I keep forgetting this. There's no spaces. Like, oh, doggone it. These are two spaces. Why? Because they're supposed to be thing. Carriage returns. Whoop. Dang it. Carriage return. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have to go and make sure there's a space until I actually get to some spaces in here. 8, 7, 106, 105. 105 doesn't need it because it's already in there. Actually, yeah, but no. Actually, there. Yeah, when it's blank, it means that it went to a second line instead of a blank line. This is pretty tedious. I can't really tell. I don't think I can tell Chat GPT to fix this because I don't. It's not really Chat GPT's problem. Well, it is. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that maybe it won't see it. Maybe it'll see that it's got the right spaces in because when it displays it, it's correct. It's just when I copy and paste here, somehow it was like carriage return and line feed. Maybe it's a carriage return but not a line feed or something. I forget. It has to do with the control keys here. Okay. I'm trying to be quick with this because I need to go on break here in just a minute or two. And I should be on time, even though I'm never am on time. And I don't know if my head is out of frame or not on the webcam, but apologies if it isn't, if it is out of frame. Apologies for that. Okay. 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, and that's actually a proper space there. If you notice, it has a line number. And let's see, 47. That's a proper line space. So there's some proper lines in here. It should almost be done here, though. I think. $30, $29, $28, $27, $26, $3, $22, $21. Shoot, it looks like it's gonna almost be the whole stupid deal here. This is actually a good representation too about the difference between the cutscenes. In our realm, Zanzibar the Great, a magician, con artist, and thief manages to escape the police into the lands. So that's actually one scene, but this is a change in location because now he's in Enchanted Lands and he does a few tricks for the first local CCs. So that's why they're on separate pages, even though they're the same character and they happen one right after the other. Actually, separate scenes. Well, that's weird. Here, It doesn't even have any spaces in there. I had to put them all in. Okay, update. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and break now, which I should be doing 2:16. I'm still a little bit late, but okay. So I'll be back about 2:45, and I'm gonna cut the mic here for about 30 minutes. So thanks for watching and or listening thus far. And if you have to leave, you leave. And hopefully anybody that pops in while I'm on break will either stay in here or just check back later. Anyways, thanks. I'll see you on the other side of the break. Okay, I am back. Sorry I took so long, like usual, but I got some coffee and I was talking to my dad, and so stuff happens like that where I take a while. So I just realized something that I could probably. I'm going through this line by line, and there's several pages or several things that need to be fixed. So I need to give Grok some examples, and maybe can actually go back through this list and actually fix some things. So let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna have it kind of going through everything and trying to fix something. Maybe I'll have it go from page 50. Okay. So the one thing I noticed. Oh, right. Yeah, I almost did that again. And let's make sure my sound is running. Good. Because the sound cuts out sometimes. Okay. Back. Uh, back. Okay. So, yeah, I keep forgetting that I tend to lose people on the other side of the break, which is, I mean, it happens. That not much I can do about it. But let's check my notifications here. Yeah, Indie Developed Games Developer Magazine. Huh, that's cool. Whoever, you know, maybe they're trying to increase their reach or whatever. So maybe they're newish or something. Although, I mean, it could be have been around for a while, but that's cool. Got indie game dev here, so cool. Okay, so one thing I noticed is that I'm having to go back through the list and having to correct most entries. So I guess I should have um, I guess I should have provided examples um, so you would know how to uh, split up the pages properly. So I'll give a few examples of things that are incorrect and things that are correct. So, uh, so are you ready? I got to do it like that because it's gonna start doing things, asking me questions or whatever. So I'm just gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it stuff, and then said, "Are you ready?" Obviously, it'll be ready like right away, but I want it to I want it to acknowledge basically. I'm ready. I appreciate. Let's get dialed in. Okay. Might have missed the mark on some of your intended rules for page breaks. Give me your examples. What's correct and what's incorrect. I'll just my approach. Okay, so So the actual rules are as follows. Whenever there's an actual location change that you can figure out, there will be a page change. So whenever someone moves to another location, okay, there's be a page change. Let me say this in a correct way before I provide the examples. Okay, so yeah, microwave's going, or microphone is going. Okay. Page changes when location changes. Let's see. Group characters. Okay, so how do I say this? Hold on, let me think for a second. It's location change, and there's character changes, except so page changes are with character changes, but this is trumped by location change. So if there's a location change but concerning the same characters, they should be on different pages. A correct example of this is pages, and let's go back. It's like early page here. Zanzibar is introduced here early on in the game. Where? Pages 9 and 10. They are correctly separated because they happen in two different locations. Okay. A correct example of a character change would be pages 11 and 12. So 11 is concerning Hubert, and 12 concerns Roland. Which coincidentally happens to be a location change as well. All right. So some incorrect examples, and this is where we're going to 50. Pages 50, 51, and 52 are at the same location. And you can infer this somewhat by the fact that they're next to each other, or contiguous, contiguous, or one right after the other. So these should all three be one page. So before you do anything, does this make sense, or do I need to clarify further? If you're unsure about the same characters, if you're unsure if the same characters are in the same or different locations, you can leave them alone, but then ask me if they should be in separate on separate pages. I've identified I've identified not identified one place where you might not be able to infer the location change. So before you do anything, does this make sense, or do I need to clarify further? It'll probably say it's fine, it understands what I'm talking about, but we'll see, right? Oh, where's my Discord? Discord is actually over here. It should be over here. And I don't guess anybody else has told me about the T-Seam files, so that's okay, I guess. Whatever. One mention announcements. Monthly challenge. Okay. Godot 4.4 looks like a pretty massive update. Yep. Yeah, 4.4 is. I don't know if it's actually released now, but it's going to be pretty good. They'll have to integrate changes, and then they'll have to, I don't know, figure out a way of implementing their own changes and fixes. Thanks for laying out the rules clearly. Let me recap to ensure I got it right. Your rules. Primarily rule character changes drive page breaks. If the scene switches between two different characters, this new page, regardless of location. Override location changes trump character continuity. If the same character is moved to a new location, it's a new page, even if the characters don't change. Ends bar in our realms, ends bar in lands, correctly split by location. Same character, same location, one page. If characters stay in the same location and it doesn't change, events should stay on one page. 50 to 52, rolling at Scarborough Fried Chicken incorrectly split should be one page. Uncertainty protocol. If it's unclear whether the location changes for the same characters, I'll leave them as is and flag them for you to confirm. Examples breakdown. Correct. Pages 9 and 10. Zanzibar States Police. Okay, that's just what I said. Same character, different locations. Correct. Pages 11 through 12. Hubert sends John and plans his own trip. Halfway house implied. Hubert sends John and plans his own trip. Halfway. Roland approaches the Dwarf Mine. Swap. Different characters. Also different locations. Correctly spread. Incorrect. Same character. Roland. Same location. Should be one page. Rules are clear, but one spot you mentioned, the one place you might not be able to refer in location, you have to know where page you're thinking of so I can flag it early. Also, when combining same character, same location, like 50, do you want the text merged as separate lines, like your original outline, or as a block? Keeping them as blocks, but I can adjust. Um, well, if by block you mean no double spacing. That is, no spaces in between lines. Then yes. But each sentence or event, I call them events because they're all things that happen. Uh, Not descriptions or thoughts or anything like extra descriptive des, des, oh, descriptive or flowery language. Um, should be on its own line, but pages should not have spaces between the lines. Um, I want you to examine the list and tell me of a place where there are a group of characters, but there are possible location changes that might be difficult to infer, and you can tell me so I can get an idea of how you're reasoning, or if it's not actually reasoning. um your reasoning, it doesn't matter if you're not technically reasoning like a human would, but you should be able to get the idea. One page. Each event on its own line, one page. Yep, got it. Example based on your rule look like this when combined. Exactly. Examining the list for ambiguity. Oh, it's gonna start putting the pages like this now, and I'll have to. I don't know if I can copy. I guess I can though, but I'm gonna have to do some sort of formatting or something, or finding a way to format properly. That'll be okay. We'll figure it out. Let's find a spot where a group of characters has possible location changes that might be tough to infer, so you can see how I'm reasoning through your rules. Character changes location. I'll scan the current 128 page list and pick an example where it's not immediately obvious if location shifts between characters. Page 44, just as Hubert and company are willing, walking out of the kitchen, the car stumbles out. Well, page 44 should be fairly clear because uh, they're walking out of the kitchen, so you should be able to infer that. Okay. Actually come to a bare forest and slow down a bit as they continue on into it. Are consistent across 44 to 46, no character change. The chase begins. Location is an explicit beyond outside the hotel fleeing. They're in a bare forest slowing down. This implies a location shift from fleeing the hotel to a forest, but it's vague how far they actually get there. Eventually suggests travel. Uh, they spot a unicorn and interact, and Hebert names it Lapswood. This seems contiguous. The bare forest, likely the same spot, but lapsed so it has a specific name, might hint at a broader area, shuttle shift deeper into the forest. Ambiguity between 44 and 45. The shift from fleeing to a wagon to bare forest is a clear location change for the same group. So they correctly split by year rule. Yes, that's right. Actually, yeah, the start of the chase, and then we split it into 45 because it's actual as they're going toward the forest, they hit the forest and then they slow down when they hit to it. And then they continue on into it. Okay. 45 and 46. Less clear. Bare forest spotting a unicorn feels like the same place, no explicit travel. And Hebert's there in Lapswood reinforces it, but without more context, I'd infer they're still in the forest Lapswood, but not a new spot. Might belong together, unless you say otherwise. Why it's tricky. The wagon chase to forest is a big jump, but the forest to unicorn is subtle. It could be... Yeah, that's correct. Actually, it's kind of correct. It's kind of correct. I checked the same characters, yes. Location change. 45 to 44 to 45. Forest, the same forest. Okay, your call. I should say yes, but I would have figured you would infer that. I didn't say it though. They're in Lapswood. That's interesting because I could actually put it on the same page because that 45 you seem to be correct. However, um, I guess this sort of falls into fuzzy human logic. I thought it was clear because they start the chase at the hotel in 44. So the chase is going on during 45 until they hit the forest. Eventually means that they are chased until they come to the edge of the forest. Then it says they continue on into it. Now, it's true. How do I say this? Now, since you inferred, not infrared, inferred. Since you inferred that it is the same forest, that is correct. However, I was making a distinction between... Okay. Instead of continue on into it, this should mean that they're still in it in the next scene. However, I was separating them because huh, see something here. I figured it was clear that they leave the hotel, but then they chase until they come to the edge of the forest. That could probably be more explicit. Then when it says into it, continue into it, continue, what did I say? Continue on in it? Continue on into it. Means they're still traveling in the forest. So, by my rules, it's correct that they're the same characters in the same location. I split this up because the events in the middle, or somewhat in the middle, of that same forest are in one spot. But if going strictly, see, it's kind of funny. By the rules that I just gave it, it actually correctly identified that, because I've been a little bit ambiguous. Now, if you went exclusively by these rules, then they should be in the same on the same page. I wanted to split it up because it's a different it's not it's still a location change to me. It's like the edge of the forest and into the forest, and I should have been more exclusive. Actually, I need to say that like I just said it to you on camera. Yeah, the one watching now and the only one on the YouTube live control panel. So I guess I won't have any more watching today, which is okay. That's okay. 3:30. I should be almost done by now, but whatever. Um, what's funny is by my rules that I just gave you, you're you're almost 100% correct. My problem is I didn't make it explicit enough. So what we're going to do, even though this is originally the way I wanted it, we're going to modify page 45 to read um, Hubert and Company eventually come to the edge of a bare forest. And actually, what's funny is the characters don't even know that they're in there until they're in it. This is the way I wanted it, but maybe... If I want it to be 2 locations, we could say the edge, and they continue walking. And actually, it should be before they know it anyways, so... Okay, so maybe they're kind of lost. They're not really lost, but they're kind of lost. Maybe they get chased into it. Uh, let's see. I have to think about that for a second. It's actually I mean it's correct. Uh, let me think think up how I want to put it, and I'll change it to fit my thinking correctly. So give me a few minutes. I want to put it, I'll change it to fit my thinking correctly, so give me a few minutes. Okay, so they get chased in the forest, and the idea is that they wouldn't willingly go into Lapswood. They Hubert knows what Lapswood is. In fact, some of those characters, the cook might know, Princess Karen might know, because she's probably been there before. I think. I think the way I put it is like she kind of knows the layout of the land. Only John probably wouldn't know. Well, other than in the morning, or when he first came there, he first came to Lapswood, so he probably know it too. So they all know where they were. They wouldn't purposely go in there. Okay, so they wouldn't deliberately go into Lapswood. In fact, that's something I figured out um, earlier. In fact, um, yeah, I don't know if I should tell it that I've been 2-timing Grok 3 by chatting with ChatGPT. I'm just being funny, really, but funny. Um, something I figured out earlier. Um, but they wouldn't deliberately go into Lapswood because they all know what it is. And I don't know, I don't think I really discussed it with you, but Lapswood is a forest that doesn't have leaves. The legend being that eventually being that it was cursed and eventually forgot how to grow its own leaves. Um, anyone that enters into it starts losing their memory. I don't know if I say memory or memories. Starts losing their memory. starts losing the memory. So the what I came up with was the fact the Black Knight chases them into it. Before they know it, uh, they're lost, and then they start forgetting things. The Black Knight chases them into it. Before they know it, they're lost, and they start forgetting things. At the time they come across the unicorn, I can just put it in lowercase unicorn. What's funny is the Bible mentions the unicorn in it, and what it's actually referring to is the single-horned rhinoceros. You know, there's rhinoceros two horns coming out of their nose, and then there's rhinoceroses with one, and that's what they meant by unicorn. So the actual fantasy unicorn is just some sort of fantasy coming up with. I don't think it actually has any basis in reality. It's kind of an interesting little tidbit here. At the same time, they come at the time they come across the unicorn within the middle of the forest, but haven't really lost their memory yet. They eventually lose that, as you can see further on into the story. What I came up with is the fact that Black Knight chase. Before they know it, they're lost, and they're forgetting things. None of the same. Fantastic clarification of the cursed leafless forest angle and the memory loss mechanic. It's a perfect twist. Let's refine the rules with this in mind. Um, Location bare forest reveal lapse with later. Some characters they spot a unicorn. Starts talking. Jump into and see. Okay. Location middle of Lapswood Forest. Combine. Okay. Proposed fixed. Okay. Should it be? I mean, it could be this. I guess it could be the same dealy. Uh, Keeping 50 to 52 as a flag for later. Okay, that's fine. Um, yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess I could do it that ways. I wasn't gonna do that ways. I was gonna make it actually be a the idea. Okay, so if you're playing in the game, if you're playing with like a full point and click, and I don't know if I ever do like mazes or you know how a lot of adventure games back in the day used to have like mazes in them, and that was kind of a big pain in the butt. Um, I don't know if I'll do that with Lapswood. I don't really like those when I played them, and so I don't think I'll necessarily have those in there. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. Um, so this was going to be a three-part process. They get chased by the Black Knight. They run it into the forest. And then eventually they don't. They're stuck in the middle of the forest, and then they come upon the unicorn. And I always figured that the edge of the forest was a separate scene than the middle of the forest. Um, a list. Okay. 6. 50, 51. Okay, it's just remembering that. Okay, that's fine. Wait a minute. 50. Okay. Next steps. Okay. Yes, but I want to refine, what do we do now? Because he, 45, because I think it should be essentially 2 locations. Oh, that's what I was saying about the maze thing. In the game, you might have 2 screens. It might have more than 2 screens going into the forest, but at least 2 screens. And one's the edge of it, and then the other one is going into it. Um, Now, of course, it's all going to happen at once. So the chase is a scene. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's correct though, because it runs into the scene, and then essentially that's going to almost be like a cutscene, right? Being chased, unless I make it like interactive, like you can decide where to go, I guess. But of course, that doesn't really make the story. Yeah, that's actually almost a cutscene right there. Well, no, no, actually, it's actually the first time that there is a cutscene that involves the player characters, because the chase is going to be the player characters. It's going to be actually, you know what? The cutscene is the Black Knight chasing them. Black Knight chasing them. Um. So here's how it's going to shape out. 44. They leave the hotel, being chased by the Black Knight. 45 is a cutscene with the Black Knight chasing them until they come unto Lapswood, or just the edge of the forest, where the Black Knight is still chasing them, and they go into the forest. Before they know it, they're lost. Then 46 is going to be the same as it was when they spot the unicorn, because now they're in the middle of Lapswood. Um, Four six is going to be the same as it was. Perfect. Your refinement page is 44 to 46. Adds layer of tension. Okay. 44 unchanged. Outside the grand. Right. 45 revised cutscene. New text. The Black Knight chases Hebert and company to their, in their wagon across the open land. They come upon the edge of Lapswood, the bare forest, still pursued by the Black Knight. They go into the forest. Before they know it, they're lost among the leafless trees. Okay, that sounds good. You know what? I'll even go ahead and copy it like that. I'll just go ahead and do like like it's showing it. Marked as cutscene. So it's a traditional chase scene leading into Lapswood, open land, edge of Lapswood, distinct from the hotel in the middle of Lapswood. Same characters. 46, restored from the original. They spot a unicorn standing around and they approach it, but it doesn't run away. And then we got that location. Okay, effect on page count. Previously combining the old, reducing it, splitting the back and down into 2 pages. 45 is a cutscene. 46 as is, returned it to 128. None of that changed for your last request. Still need to fix 49 to 51, which I'll do next. Updated list. Okay, 44. Let's go down to 44. The Black Knight rides up on his black charger just as Hubert. Okay. A guy that's going. Okay, she's escaped. Begins to chase him. Cutscene. Right. Continue. That's perfectly fine. They spot a unicorn standing around, approach it, but it doesn't run away. Okay, all assist. Blah blah blah. You must be losing because they're in Lapswood. Cutscene. Max tells. Okay, that's correct. That works. Okay, 51. Okay. 51 through 52. Pending fix 50 to 52. Okay, it's looking fine, and yes, ready to merge 49 to 51. But then don't do anything as I want you to do something else first. But merge those pages before that. So some first before first. Okay. But then don't do anything as I want to do something else first, but merge those pages before. Well, hopefully you got what I said. I explain things wrong all the time. So even to real people. So hopefully he understands that I wanted to go ahead and merge the pages and then stop. Updated list. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Is it going? Is it going? It's going. I don't know. Well, you can't see it because my webcam is my webcam is yeah, the webcam is covering it up, the box or whatever. So I have to scroll down here. Okay. Well, it's doing it very slowly, and I wonder if it's just because maybe there's a bunch of people getting on Grok, and there's probably a lot more people that are premium members. Yeah, actually, be nice to have a premium subscription, or I should maybe do what Rook said, what you said, Rook, and maybe install these. But after I do this, I don't even know if I'll even need the AI, or at least I won't need it for like a major thing, except for what like I was saying about loading the scenes. In fact, Rook, you don't know, but um, I have to put all of these items into individual scenes. So I'm gonna need to find a way of doing it so I don't have to copy it every time, but instead, like instead I have to. You never know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could still set it up, but I'll if I do that, it'll still be after this because I'm already going through this. I'll be done with this, and not today necessarily, but maybe tomorrow I'll be done with this part, and I'll be ready to implement it in Redot. The only thing about Redot is that the scene files, right? So I'm gonna have 100 and something scene files that I have to copy, and then I have to put in the description, and then I have to put in the choice that you make because Well, actually, that's what the doors. I have to put the doors or the portals, whatever you want to call them. Kahan calls them portals because that was his name. He kind of came up with this idea. Um, and if I thought of it, maybe, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Uh, I took his suggestion and I made this door class so that it leads to a scene file. It has the scene file as a text string to load in the scene, and then it's got the key or the option to actually switch to that location. And so I have to go in. I have to put in each door. In this case, it's only going to be one for now, but I have to put one door in each and every scene. I have to do that manually, so unless I figure out a way to do it programmatically, which is I take all this, which is in text anyways. I have what the AI or whatever put it into either a JSON thing or even a text file or something or some sort of data file that I can load in, and then I can load in into the scenes and have Redot actually create the scene dynamically. So, and in that case, I probably wouldn't have a bunch of multiple scenes. I just have one descriptor file, I guess. Okay, so let's go all the way down here to let's see. Okay, a split hotel ship chase, merge into one. Scarborough Fried Chicken, same character. Okay, I'll start with the merge. Holding steady. What's the next thing you want me to tackle? I'm ready whenever you are. Okay, so start at 50 and just scan the list and tell me tell me if there are any pages in there where a location change where there could be a location change, but it's ambiguous because I didn't give enough info. I want to see if you can identify what what I know is a bit ambiguous, so I can know if I can know how you reason it. Can identify. So I'm gonna have it scan through, and I'll just tell you directly since it's not hearing me. I'm not speaking to it or whatever. I don't even know if there's a thing I can do, but um, I could go ahead and show it to you here. Let's see, and I'll read it for you if you're just. It's probably just you, Rook. There might be somebody else in here. I'm not sure because I'm unsure of how the count works. But there is a spot. The princess. No, where is it at? Oh yeah, cutscene. Right when Kurt gets back from his second meeting with Violet, he goes to Rottweiler's hut and starts to grab. No, that's not the one though. Um, Red goes back to the werewolf village, and Kurt jumps out. No, that's not it either. Although that could be part of it. Where's it at? Taganya, where you at? Uh, okay, here we go. Uh, the werewolves tell. No, that's not it either. I have to go back. Wait a second. Huh. Um, Red. Um. Oh shoot! This is earlier. Was this earlier? Max pulls Scarlet, Red Clover out of hiding. Oh yeah. This is actually before 50 though. All right. So let's see if I can find it since 50. Um Just a sec. Red goes back to tell the news. I'm gonna have to tell it to go. She goes and gets red, and Max promptly gets rid of it. Implied werewolf village, not explicit. Okay. Leave the village fashion, but it's vague. Could be within the same area. Assume one takes place unless not ambiguous enough to flag yet. The red discuss. Kurt comes back. The werewolves debate. Jordan eventually agree. But the hut and the debate suggest it's all in the village. He doesn't know where Kurt comes back from. Yeah. Okay. Red goes back to telling news. Starts in the village. Red goes back to tell Max. Implies she leaves. Reasoning ambiguous. Goes back. Suggests a location shift. Village. Max's location, but where Max is isn't stated. He written company. On the road. Post Lapswood. Teleport. Clear shift from Lapswood to new location. Same character. No ambiguity. Okay. So that is correct. They travel without event implies movement. Arriving at the hotel is a clear location change for the same characters, correctly split from 54 by your rules, no ambiguity. Since contagious clear. Hero and company. Count Batson Belfry implied. Count goes and gets Roland. Suggests he leaves and returns. So it's vague. Could be within the hotel or nearby since they're discussing it after he's back. And for is still a hotel. Does the Count leave the hotel to fetch Roland, or is Roland already there? Okay. Actually, it seems like a lot ambiguous spots identified so far. 53 cutscene. Um, 57 after the count goes against Roland. Does the count leave the Bats and Belfry to fetch Roland, new location, or is Roland already goes and gets implies movement, but it's vague? Go on a search for Crooktooth. Search mean a new location, or is it still near the cave? Characters first, same cross pages, then location, and explicit or implied shift. Okay, I think you're mostly correct about those. But let's go back a bit because what I was looking at was actually before. Let's say pages 20 to 50. There's one spot in there that I have to clean up. Obviously, it's not because of you. It's because I wasn't explicit enough. That happens to be a lot of these location clubs because I wasn't explicit enough. It's because I wasn't explicit enough. That happens to me a lot. Okay, so I'm going to see if it can go through 20 through 50 and identify. It actually identified kind of the right deals. It's when I'm dealing with Max, Red, and Violet, and Kurt. And there's a lot of going back and forth. And there's a couple of places where I usually infer that there's not a location change because they go and then they come back. If they go and come back within the same area, then it's not a location change. You haven't changed location. It's just that they went and came back, which almost implies that they would be cutscenes instead of like location change. And if I made them actual location changes because you're supposed to play it, I mean, I could do that. That seems more like busy work though, and that's kind of where a cutscene would come in handy. So I'm not really sure if I want to change that. Desperate Chester flies to okay. Clear. Chester flies to the cave. Nothing happening here. No ambiguity. Straightforward new character, new location from 20. No issues. Character change. Hubert to Unicorn triggers the break. The locations align. Hubert's travel. Unicorn at the door. Heads towards. Suggests movement, but the Unicorn bit is clearly at Fairy God College. No real ambiguity. Split is fine. The Unicorn sees Hubert's painting in the Hall of Fame, then proceeds to find the library. Same character implied same building. Fairy God proceeds to find the library. Could be a subshift. I keep it at one page unless the library is a distinct area. Seems contiguous. No strong ambiguity. Clear continuation. Same character, same location, library, no issues. So these are separate pages on purpose because these are actual location shifts. He goes to find the library, so he's looking through the hallways and stuff, and then he finds the library and is actually exploring inside the library. Okay. Same character, explicit location change, Mines, Gnome Kingdom, correctly. Pitch on flag is the secret entrance a distinct location or part of the Mines journey? Item for one page unless you say otherwise. Potential flag. No, that should be fine. Fairy God College, new character, new location, no ambiguity. 27. Roland noticed all the people working the mines. Finally spots a giant chained to a smelter. Giant's Roland's dad. Tells him to find Hubert and that Maxine's same location. Didn't break it. Contiguous clear. All in one spot. New characters. Roland, John, Hubert. Same location within the page. Yes. 29. The unicorn notices the page about transmogrification. Finds out you can be turned into anything, even a unicorn. Okay. Same character, same location, clear continuation, no ambiguity. 30. After reading that, the unicorn heads out, only to be chased by the Black Knight, who chases him in the lapswood. After a few hours, the unicorn starts losing his memory until he no longer cares to go on. Heads out is vague. Could be leaving the building or on a bigger trip, but the chase in the lapswood is clear. Currently, one page is continuous sequence. Potential flag is heads out. Distinct stop outside Fairy God College before the chase in the lapswood. Let's see. That might actually be a thing that you do, is you head out. It looks like I have still got a lot of things to work on. Okay. Tied up to one cask until managed to escape her ropes that helps him knife. She tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter. She's forced upstairs. Same character location shift. Cellar to upstairs. Should split be per your rules. Currently incorrect. Flag 1. Split into 2 pages. Same general location or clear continuation with the dumbwaiter. No ambiguity within page. There shouldn't be an ambiguity here anyways because she gets into the dumbwaiter and it goes up. And so that's why it's on the same page. Although, well, there might be things where, like he's talking about subshift, where in the actual game you're actually going to, it's going to change screens because the dumbwaiter and stuff is like one end down that where tables are, so it's actually behind the stairs that lead up to the kitchen. And so technically speaking that can be a location change, but I don't need it to be a scene change here because it's just let's choose your own adventure deal, and it's not kind of like a separate thing. Like um, she might try to go up. You know, some of this stuff is going to be I'm going to actually change when I actually implement it. So like when you do changes and stuff, but not right this second. Um, it's dang, it's already 4. Okay. Ambiguous spots. 31. Princess Karen. Okay. Page 25, 26, 30, and 31. Huh. So I said 20 to 50. I didn't say 20 to. I didn't say 20 to 30. I said 20 to 50. So that's on him. I said 20 to 50. Um, the dumb waiter is actually in the wine cellar. So if she gets in, it starts to go up. Location change is when she's upstairs. So, what I'm thinking of is actually after page 31. Let's say I wanted to see if it came up with, okay, 31 to 40, right? Okay. Let's say let's say 31 to 40 to narrow it down. It's been my fault though for not being explicit enough again. I know it doesn't care whether it's my fault or that its fault. It doesn't really matter to it, but um, I wanted to look at specific deals. It's a few. It has to do with the max and stuff. Uh, I missed the dumbwaiter is in the wine cellar, so 31 should indeed split the upstairs 0.9 beta ride. Let's fix that later. Right now, I'll scan page 31 to 40 now for your range. 31. Okay. Stumbles upon managed to escape her ropes. She forced upstairs. By getting in the dumbwaiter. New page, she's forced upstairs. Could do that. Could actually merge that with 32, but that doesn't really matter that much to me right at this moment. Well, I'll fix that later, I guess. Same as no ambiguity within page, just a jump from 32's hotel. Right. Cutscene. Okay, here we go. Pulls Red out of hiding, asks her to go conscript the wolves into his service. New characters, cutscene, no location ship within the page, vague where Max is, but clear as one scene, no ambiguity here. Yeah, I don't really know exactly where he is at this moment. I haven't really figured that out. She's actually in hiding in the Gnome Kingdom, so probably he's down there, and that should be explicit. I should probably explicitly say where he is. That's not really an issue, but it's a thing I should fix because it's something that will show up in the text and will show up even in the visual parts, even later on down the line. Okay. Red tells werewolves led by Rottweiler they might get rid of their curse. Okay. Werewolves assume village clear, no shift. Oh, it was able to infer that. Gone's conscript werewolf. Okay. Kurt, Rottweiler's second in command, goes to meet with Violet after remembering Red and Violet's rivalry. Violet agrees to help Kurt. Unspecified Violet's place. Goes to meet, suggests Kurt travels, but it's vague. Could be a village. Huh. This is funny. This is actually showing some thoughts where I need to be clear. So it's not like I'm wrong or that it's wrong or anybody's wrong. What it means is I didn't get explicit enough. Like I said, I wasn't. Some of this I wasn't explicit. I just said they did this and they did this. I didn't say where they were doing it at. Which for the fact that it's an event list, it doesn't need to be in there as an event list, but it should still be in there because it's part of the location descriptions, and so I should always put the setting in there as part of the line. In in the gnome in the Max's mines, located in the Gnome Kingdom, at the edge of the Gnome Kingdom. Max is in the office. So at some point, and I'm not sure if the location changes, like where he's at, like he's dealing with Zanzibar, and then so if he's dealing with Zanzibar, that means he could go anywhere, unless I have the same location, but in two different areas where Max is in two different locations. So, okay. All right, the side door of the guards. New characters, explicit location, no shift within page clear. As they go in the kitchen, they find a secret passage into the wine cellar. Location shift, kitchen. Okay, so Grok thinks it's ambiguous, or that it should be a location change because of the way I put it. The page 40 is find a secret passage into the wine cellar. But they're still in the kitchen. They find the passage. Maybe they go into the passage, but they're not changing the location. Honestly, it's most of the scenes that involve Max, Kurt, Red, Hurt. I said Hurt instead of Kurt. Max. Guess I can capitalize these. Max, Kurt, Red, and Violet. But you seemed to infer the location pretty good. but it really just means I need to go into it and make sure I'm explicit about where everything goes. So this is what I will do. I will, on my own, go through and make sure the locations are explicit enough and that's kind of interesting. I could just go and finish the thing myself, but maybe not. Maybe I'll still, huh? Yeah. Okay. Make sure the locations are explicit enough, and then I'll repost the updated list and ask if you can um, then I'll decide if I need help on further refining the location page splits. Character page splits. Anyways, make them explicit, adding those concrete locations definitely tighten everything up and make the splits crystal clear. Know your roles. Once you got the location, though, I'd be happy to jump back in and help refine the page breaks if you need it. It stops me update the list and we'll polish it together. Take your time. Okay. And actually, that's probably what I'm gonna do today. Would you please list? Would you please display the whole list as it exists now? Because I need to save it somewhere. Currently, I'm using both a GitHub gist page and then also have my own notes where I copy everything into it into an ODT file. ODT? Open document? Text, I guess. That's what the T is. Okay. Here. It's taking a while. I guess it must be pretty busy right now. I mean, we're almost 5 o'clock, so people are home from work, that sort of thing. This is kind of cool, though. I mean, I get the progress like I wanted to. Like I wanted to be completely finished with this page split thing, but at the same time, it's actually identified some areas where I need to be explicit. And I think was it circuit bone, and bone circuit, whatever you want to call them. Um, he was talking about certain things like who is this and where are they from and I just wanted to write down the events, but I do need the locations. I need them to be in explicit locations, and then I can actually write around that or you know draw pictures or whatever. Um, so yeah, I guess maybe I'll get this done tomorrow. But tomorrow I'm actually going to be working on it myself and not through using Grok. I'll be going through it and yes, I'll have to post the stupid spaces. Like it has the space on here, but somehow it doesn't. And I guess it's not done yet, right? So I gotta wait till it's finished before I ever copy it. Is it going to continue? That's the question. Like I said, it must be. There's got to be a thing for first. How many free people are on it? Because there's probably lots of free people on it, and how many premium people. Premium are the ones that pay for things, and they get less limits, less limitations. So that means they probably get priority over the free accounts, which means that's why it kind of takes so long. And is the scroll bar still going up? Actually, because of all this on here, I could click on this stuff. He must be done. It must be done. That's the complete 126 page list as exists now. Copy away your GitHub gist and ODD file. Let me know when you've got it saved or if you need me to tweak anything before you start adding explicit locations. I'll be here whenever you're ready with the next step. Okay, let's copy it and then let's also get mad because I didn't get the double spaces because for some reason it doesn't translate like it's supposed to. But that is okay. So far most of the scenes with the copy. There we go. Okay, let's edit. Delete. Paste. Control V. 126. All right. We're just going to go down and boom. Boom, 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 boom. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, I'll be silent for a sec. So I'm not saying anything just mostly because I am putting the stupid double spacing in here. Because for some reason it does not want to paste that ways. I don't know why it doesn't paste that ways, but it doesn't. It must be one of those things like now I'm on the web, so it doesn't matter if it's Linux or not Linux, but it must be something similar to that. When I was saving a text, or when I was opening a text file on NTFS, they have a certain deal with the line feeds and stuff that it had to convert. I mean, it didn't have to convert it, but I guess, I don't know, sometimes it doesn't act correctly. And so I needed to convert it into the format that Linux likes instead of whatever Windows uses. So even though they're still text files, they got their carriage return / line feed / whatever. And so I think that's something like this at play. Like if you go to the end of take on it. Okay, if you go to the end of the page, there's actually 2 spaces, and I bet at least one space is a like a return carrier feed. It's probably carrier return and line feed both. That's probably the 2 actual characters there. That's what I think. 83. At 88. 88 miles per hour. Okay, 4, 95, 96, 98, 99, 100. Almost done there. Uh-huh. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105. 6, 7, 108, 109, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, and Bob's your uncle. Update public gist. Update. Copy. We want it unformatted. Let's do this. Paste special, unformatted text. There we go. And that looks good. Okay. Alrighty, I guess that's about it. That's about it for today, too. And it's right on the dot of 4:30, I guess. I should have been done earlier, but things always take longer than it's supposed to take. I'm sorry for that. And I want to thank everyone that came in and watched or listened today. Thank you for doing that. Tomorrow, I think we will. Let me see. Tomorrow, I believe I'll get this finished up. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to do the location thing. I'm going to make sure that all the locations are explicit. Make sure it's not ambiguous. Except for the things where they go and they come back, that should be pretty easily discernible. Okay. Let's just leave it here. So certain ones should be easily discernible. When they go and come back, it literally means a location change has not taken place. That means they're going to go get them, and you're not going to go get them. I mean, I might decide that I want to do that later, but that's only helpful if... Yeah, some of the things where they go and come back should actually be cutscenes. I don't really have explicitly hero cutscenes, but there's going to be times where you're not going to give the person a choice. They're not playing that part of the game, like going and getting the count. It's straightforward. I don't have nothing for them to do extra. They don't get distracted and thrown off their path and stuff. And it's not that I couldn't make that. If I decided to make it, I'd actually put it in there as an explicit. It'd be some scene changes. Maybe there'd be a puzzle in there too if I wanted to do that. But otherwise, that's... So I might have things that are cutscenes in there that are hero cutscenes too. But anything where they go and come back is meant to be at the same location. So, anyways, yeah. Again, I want to thank you for watching and or listening, and please join me again tomorrow. Pop in whenever you feel like it. Pop out whenever you feel like it. It's cool. I would like you watching the whole thing, but you have a life, and sometimes your time zone is out of whack. Sometimes I take too long on my break. Sometimes I take too long in getting to start the stream or whatever. I get it. I'm gonna try to be more consistent in the future, but that's the way things goes. So if you're interested in this game, you should be prepared to be in it for a long haul. The short timeline I'm giving myself is a year. Um, but the long timeline was 5 years, and so maybe it'll be somewhere in the middle. Maybe be like 2 years or 2.5 years or something. Who knows? Maybe super quick. Maybe after I get all the story stuff done, it's just all you know as long as it takes to actually get content out. Now, content itself could take a long time, but that's just like animating stuff, that's drawing stuff. Like I said, I could start concepting. In fact, I'm probably going to start doing some sort of visual thing. Uh, my drawing, especially my tablet drawing, is going to look really really crappy. Not just because of my skill at drawing, but just because it's a tablet, and I tend to have um, claw fist. I start out like a pencil holding, like holding a pencil. So I'll hold the stylus. I don't know where my stylus is. Where's my stylus? Where did you go? Okay. So I start out kind of like this, right? This is kind of a typical, it's kind of a typical, like a tripod kind of deal. Maybe a little bit like this. I start doing, I'm cool, cool. And then I start doing this, and then I start doing this, and then I start doing this. And soon I'm like, gripping it like tightly, and my hand's starting to hurt, and it's really annoying. And it's not. I guess it's something I have to train to make sure I stay relaxed when doing it. Um, this is an older graphics card, which doesn't mean that it's worse than any modern graphics card necessarily. Certainly, there's probably less levels of pressure. It's like 1024 or something, because this is like from 2010. This is like an old graphics app. It still works. In fact, it works fine, pretty good in here in Linux. I didn't even have to install a driver or anything. It just knew what was. Wacom Intuos 3. But I'm gonna start doing some things where I'm actually doing some visuals and stuff. I might use some AI image generators if I can figure out how to do them for free. To do some like concepting. Like I want a castle in the clouds, so maybe I'll have it generate some castles, and then I'll try to sketch them and try to do paint overs and stuff, just to get some kind of visual going. In fact, what's funny is when I had started to work on this game before, but five years ago, when I was using grease pencil. I was doing the throne room slash meeting room in Blender. I did a few things with that, and then I did some few tutorials, like a Unity tutorial, and you know, um, there's just a few tutorials and things I was doing, Armory and whatnot. Um, what was I getting at? Um, what was I saying? Something to do with drawing. I forget what I was saying. Lost my train of thought. Yeah, my drawing's not that great, and well, yeah, okay. So before I might would have trouble like concepting things in my head and stuff, but if I have something concrete to work off of, I'm a good copier. I'm a great copier. So I won't necessarily be copying an AI generated image, but I might be tracing over it to in order to do like a paint over kind of thing, and then I'll end up learning how to do the paint over and whatever. But I'll start um yeah, so like I can use AI to be like a concept artist. Why? Because it doesn't need to be 100% accurate, or it just needs to give me some ideas, right? So I have it generate me some thumbnails of some castles or some this and that and the other thing, and if I like it, I'll sketch them, and I'll try to decide what what I want it to look like and whatever, and yeah. So I'll start dividing up by adding those things. I'm not actually adding graphics and sound until phase 4, but in the meantime, I can actually start doing like what do characters look like, and I'm not a good necessarily caricaturist. I can copy like I said, I'm an expert copier. I can copy stuff, uh, like and it'll look like the real thing. Like somebody else did it from their imagination. It just won't be from my imagination. It'll be somebody else's imagination. But I can do that really good. But doing stuff on my own, not so good. But I might start doing some of the stuff anyways, because I need something at least more interesting. If the point is now the point of the game is to make the game and get the game finished and out. That's one point. There's a cross point. There's that's just as important as the YouTube thing. So people now, most of you guys listen that are on here listen to me talk on here. You don't look at me typing in stuff or editing stuff. Why? Because that's boring. It's boring to look at, right? The story is interesting. You might like the story, but you're not going to like me typing in the story or typing in the discussion with Grok. And completely understand that. Just my level of uh, of art and whatnot is pretty lousy. But I'm gonna do it anyways. Why? Because I'm still part of this is learning how to do the stuff, right? And part of it is just going through the process of doing the stuff. Part of the process is me drawing, and so I'm going to show some of that in the streams later on. In fact, I'll actually need some visuals so I can construct some decent thumbnails and stuff. Like right now, I'm just going to use my screenshot as a thumbnail for most of my updates for right now. Later on, I'll have an actual picture, different pictures of different things in the game. Anyways, there's that. So, and as usual, I just kind of drone on and babble, and that's what I tend to do. So apologies, but again, thanks for watching and or listening, and I will see you. Oh, stupid. the the stylus was on the graphics tablet and it was screwing up my mouse. Anyways, yeah. So see you tomorrow, and we're gonna try to finish this up, and hopefully by at least by Wednesday, maybe I'll be ready to start putting this into Redot into my little framework. And so yeah, so there's that. Thank you for watching.